Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. If you are new here, my name is Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're watching this live, welcome. And if you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Today, I have one main book that I'm going to be focusing on, and that is A Walk in the Woods by Bill Bryson. This is actually a nonfiction book. Probably a lot of you who would be watching my channel know who Bill Bryson is. This is a new experience for me because I've never read anything from him before. But I had a family member a while back who actually gave me 5 of his books, and she just highly recommended him, said that he was absolutely hilarious. I have been sitting on this now for a while, and with everything that I've been learning about camping and hiking and just my growing interest in learning about how people brave the great outdoors, I ended up discovering that this was a book that was extremely important to the uptick in the number of people who attempt to hike the Appalachian Trail every single year, which, if you don't know, the Appalachian Trail is a 2,200 mile, nearly 2,200 mile stretch of trail that goes through 14 states, and it starts in Georgia and goes all the way up into Maine. And so, that's quite an adventure for most people. And the funny thing about Bill Bryson, and what is most notable about this book, is the fact that he never completed his journey. And when he attempted to go in and do the hike, he was completely unprepared. He took somebody with him who also had absolutely no idea what he was doing. And, there's a lot of hilarity in the book, but there's also a lot of education. Like, I've learned about the Forest Service. I've already been kind of like learning about hiking gear and equipment, but just hearing it from his perspective is kind of fun. So I've been actually going through, and because it was already marked up, these copies were when I got them. So I was like, heck, I'll just take a pencil and I'll underline things. And I've been going through and underlining different passages because he's honestly a really good storyteller. Now, keep in mind that this was written 27 years ago. So, there's a couple off color jokes that wouldn't be so great today. But outside of that, you can definitely tell that he has a background in journalism. So, really, really enjoying this so far. And I am already at page 72 in it. So, yeah, this is going to be the main thing that I focus on tonight. Wouldn't have thought I would say that about a nonfiction book, but it's just that entertaining. So, with that, I will go ahead and head on over. Before I should say, because I always say this every single stream, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a blanket, grab a snack, uh, put a fan on you if it's warm where you are. It got chilly again where I am because of course we're almost out of false spring. That's kind of the way that I would describe it, is like we're actually headed into real spring if we can just get another couple weeks. So I had to put a sweatshirt on, even though earlier I was warm. I am now cold. I am in fuzzy bottom pants to keep my legs warm. I am wearing socks. So that's what I got going on. And I am currently drinking water. Although my really fun thing that I'm excited about later is I was playing a game last night with Keaton, and right before we started playing our game, I was watching a YouTube video, and there was an advertisement from Popeyes. And Keaton and I love Popeyes. We love it. They have such good chicken. And their chicken sandwiches are my favorite. And I saw that they have added new items to their menu. And you all know that I'm a pickle lover, and they have 4 new pickle items on their menu. So they do a pickle glazed chicken sandwich, pickle glazed wings, fried pickles, of course, but there's a drink, which is a pickle lemonade. And so Keaton is actually going to Popeyes tonight to pick us up dinner, and I'm going to try the pickle glazed chicken sandwich and the pickle lemonade. So we're going to see how that goes. And Keaton said he's going to get the sandwich too, although I don't think he's going to be brave enough to get a whole lemonade for himself. He did say that he wanted to try mine. So I thought that that was really funny, and I wanted to share that. So I think it's going to be more lemonade than it is pickle. I think the pickle is kind of a gimmick, but I could be wrong. I mean, some places sell pickle slushies, and I think that sounds awesome. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm going to go on over and see how everybody's doing. And I hope you all are having a fantastic day so far. So let me know what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. And Robert is here. Hi, Robert. Robert says, I'm finally reading Hyperion. Oh, boy. With a few book club members from a YouTube channel. Good day to everyone. Well, I hope you end up liking it, Robert. I really do. And Swang says, howdy, everybody. Happy School Librarian Day, happy Carrot Day, and happy Vitamin C Day. Ah, very nice. Those are all good things. And Magnolia came back. Hello. Hello to you. Magnolia, you missed me reading The Golden Spoon. I think you missed the entire time of me reading The Golden Spoon. I actually finished it, by the way, and I did like it. So thank you very much for that recommendation. And if Kat is on here, because of course I haven't seen if she's here yet, she was the one who sent me the copy of the book. So thank you to Kat as well. I will say that the ending made it to where it didn't like quite stick the landing, but I really liked the premise of the book and overall thought it was really fun. And Clay is here. Hello, Clay. Clay says, hiya. Well, hiya to you too. And Stina is here. Hi, Stina. Good to see you. And Stina says, hi, everybody. And Nicole says, hey, Alex, that book is hilarious. Yay! I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad that you like it. Have you read anything else by Bill Bryson? I think one of the other books that he was well known for, because I know he wrote some about America, but he had lived for 20 years in England. And isn't the book called Tales from a Small Island or something like that? I think that one sounds really interesting too, since he actually lived there. But I hope you're having a great day so far. It's good to see you, Nicole. She says, I read the first chapter and then stayed up and read it until finished. That's so good. I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, I'm like captivated by this right now. I am loving it so much, way more than I ever thought that I would. So I have a funny background with this book to give you an idea. So years and years ago, I was like a teenager and I had my very first ever trip to Costco. And this book was sitting in the Costco and I picked it up. And I don't know if I just didn't understand that it was a nonfiction book or I somehow thought that it would be interesting for me, but I didn't know anything about hiking, definitely didn't know about through hiking. And I asked my mom if I could buy it and I ended up picking up a copy and I sat on that book for years and years and years until finally I decided, I was like, okay, I haven't read this. I'm not interested in reading this. And I either sold it or donated it. I don't know which one it was. But then, all of a sudden my family, like I said, I got this from a family member. She was going to just get rid of these books, but she offered them to me and I was like, okay, sure. And this book came back into my life and I was looking at it. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. So I did not immediately get rid of it. I was like, okay, maybe there's going to be a point where I actually do give this a shot because, she said that it was so good. I was watching a video about the Appalachian Trail, and that's why I said earlier that I found out that this was like the thing that sparked it for a lot of people to go and try. And as soon as I heard that, I rushed and I grabbed it off my shelf and I started reading it. I was like, oh my God, like how funny is that I had no idea when I was a teenager that this book was going to just be the thing that I gravitated towards at some point organically. Wild. Sometimes a book just comes into your life at the right time. And sometimes it doesn't, and then you miss out on a good opportunity. And Magnolia says, I'm reading Shot Silk by Michael Maguire. Wow. Okay. I don't know why I could not read that. I put an N in there where there definitely was not one. Maguire. Okay. Thank you. A thriller around the horse world. Oh, that sounds interesting. Cool. And you said, and I will finish it this evening. I have only 3 chapters left. Very nice. That's awesome. And Kat is here. Hi, Kat. Happy to see you. She says, hey, Alex and friends in the chat. Happy Friday. Yay. I've been listening to Taking the Fifth by J.A. Jance. I'm actually about to vacuum and clean my guest bathroom. Oh, that doesn't sound like as much fun, but if you get to do it while listening to an audiobook, then, I guess that makes it better. Happy to see you. And Heidi says, hello, Alex, and hello to you, Heidi. I read a few of Bryson's books. I love them all, especially that was it, Notes from a Small Island. That's great. Yeah, I'm happy that she gave me that one too. And then there were 3 others. 2 of them, I think, were about the United States. I can't remember what the last one was about. And Nicole said, I still recall him preparing by staying in his basement. Yes. Yes. And Kat says, my Andrew is bringing me a surprise this evening that is going to determine what I do for the rest of the evening. That's cool. I'm also vlogging my first week of Old School April. Yay! That's great. The Scoobies. Rooting you on, Scoobies. And Angel is here. Hello, Angel. And Angel says, hello. Happy Friday, chat. Yes. Happy Friday to you, too. And Faye says, hello, I'm updating my blog right now, but I'll be reading Season of Migration to the North, or maybe Sunrise on the Reaping, or maybe A Murder in Hollywood. I don't know. Well, whichever one you go with, I hope it's an excellent choice. I'm glad that you're here. And Heidi says, Kat, I posted the cover of the new Golden Girl mystery novel on your Discord. There's a cake in the title. Oh, there's cake in the title. There's a new Golden Girl mystery? That sounds awesome. Kat says, it's as hot as Hades here, 87 degrees. I'm jealous, Kat. You want to send that my way? I'll take it. You don't want it? I'll give you, 50s, 40s. I'll give it to you for free. I love the heat. Robert said, Rosa on YouTube hiked the entire trail and her shoe size increased. Yeah, I've heard that for people who regularly hike through hikes, they become flat-footed. And so that's the reason why their shoe size increases. Like it goes up by 1 is because like they no longer have the arch in their foot. And that kind of terrifies me in a little bit because I love hiking. And I think the idea of having a grand adventure like that's amazing, but it will irreversibly change your body in ways that you might not want to. Because again, I'm not flat-footed, and I know a lot of people are. So, maybe a lot of people live with it comfortably and don't have any issues. But I thought that being flat-footed was supposed to make it to where you had more foot pain. So it's like if you become flat-footed by walking all the time, how do you adapt to that so that you can keep walking? I don't know. And Kat says, Heidi, I saw it. Looks great. And Magnolia says, so 30 degrees Celsius, Kat. That is hot indeed. And Nicole says, oh my God, pickles. I know. If you love pickles, I will tell you tonight whether I think the Popeyes pickle stuff is worth it. Like this glaze that they're talking about. I'm very curious. And Kat says, Alex Berry and I had Popeyes Wednesday night. Did you try the pickle stuff or was it regular Popeyes? Regular Popeyes is good. I love their spicy chicken sandwich. That's my normal go-to. And Zach says, I just started The Wild's Exile by J.D.L. Rosal Lit Vom. Oh, it came out yesterday and is my most anticipated release of the year. Oh, that's awesome. The Wild's Exile. So is that a nonfiction then? And like, what's it about, Zach? Like why was that your most anticipated release? Because I'm super curious. And Nicole says, on screen live taste testing? Yes, 110%. I will let you know. Heidi says, I am listening to 1984. The audio narrator makes such a big difference where the prose comes off dry or not. Whether the prose comes off dry or not. Theo Solomon is the good narrator. Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you. That might actually be because I've already read 1984 and I want to reread it. That book might be a good option for me to have my like mass market paperback physical copy and an audiobook to see like what the hype is for people who do both, like look at the words and listen at the same time. And then I could just get like an audiobook copy from Libby from the library and see about that. Because I remember parts of the story because it's difficult to remember, or excuse me, difficult to forget certain parts of 1984, but I definitely don't remember every detail. So I'm curious to go back and check that out and see if I appreciate it more as an adult than I did when I read it. I think it was in middle school. And Kat says, yes, Magnolia, I'd love to be around 60-ish. Oh, for it to be. Guys, I can't read tonight, which is a huge problem. I know what it is. I need to slow down. Like, if you can't tell by the way that I'm talking, my brain is going really fast, and that's my problem is I'm not slowing down to take time to read the words, and I apologize for that. I just like freshly came off of work, so my brain's still going a little bit. And Stina says, trying to sort out insurance, Cobra, Medicaid stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. That does not sound fun. I hope that whatever you're dealing with, that it's resolved smoothly. And Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. Hello to you, Teresa. I love to walk in the woods. 5-star for me. That's awesome to hear. I love that. Storm says, hi, everyone. And hello to you, Stormy. Magnolia says, no, I can't believe I missed you reading The Golden Spoon. I'm glad you liked it. How many stars was it for you? I ended up giving it a 3.75, which might sound bad, but that's not. That's a good rating. And it would have gotten a 4.25, but there were just a couple things about the ending that I didn't quite like the way that the author wrapped them up. But in terms of the premise of the story and the tone of the story and the mystery that was going on, I thought that it was really well done. And my favorite part of that book, believe it or not, is the fact that we don't know who died until like 3/4 of the way through the book. So you know that a murder has happened. You know that somebody is a murderer, and you don't know who got killed. And that was so freaking compelling and a really great way for that to go. So I really liked that. I thought that was unique, and I appreciate the recommendation. Heidi says, Robert, keep the tissue box close when you read The Scholar's Tale. Okay. Oh. And Kat says, yay, I'm so happy you enjoyed The Golden Spoon, Alex. I did. Thank you. Teresa says, today I'm trying to finish a graphic novel I have started and maybe might listen to my audio. Very nice. Nicole says, I've read one other book and don't recall what it's called and not sure I finished it. So there's that. That's fair. And Stina says, in a sunburned land cured me of any desire to visit Australia. I like being alive. See, here's the crazy part, and I 100% understand why this book made people want to go hike the trail, because I was already interested in it and everything, and again, learning about hiking. So it's not like I picked this up and this was the thing that sparked my interest in hiking, but you would assume reading a book like this and hearing all the things that go wrong and all of the sarcastic ways that he talks about it and hearing just like how miserable it was sometimes, that it would make you not want to do it. And somehow it makes me want to do it even more. So I think he technically did his job really well by just like preparing people, saying, hey, by the way, this isn't going to be a walk in the woods. It's not going to be easy or fun or like what everybody thinks that it is. A lot of people give up just because it turns out to not be what they thought it was going to be. They didn't even make it all the way. There's just something about this. I don't know. It's great. Stan says, or is it in a sunburned country? Something like that. I hope that's one of the ones I got. I'll have to go check because that sounds really interesting. I would love something about Australia. Heidi says, Kat, your vlogs are my favorite videos that you do. I like Alex's vlogs too. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I haven't done a vlog and, well, I don't count my trip to Portland really as a vlog. That was more of me just like recounting the story of me being there. It's been a long time since I've done a traditional vlog. Robert says, Heidi, I'm up to the Clerk's Journal, Blood over Bright Haven, Emma Wang arrived today at the library, so I'll start that soon. And Angela's here. Hello, Angela. Hello. Hi, Lo. Hi, Alex. Happy Friday. That book sounds so good. Dropped it on the old Amazon cart. Yeah, you definitely should read it. You'll find it funny. It really is. But there are some parts that because he is doing it in kind of like a journalistic way, just made me so angry when he was talking about the forest industry and the roads that were going through the parks and all the logging that was happening. And that what kills me is the fact that since this was published in 1998, I really want to go. I told Keaton, I'm like, I'm going to research what they're doing today. Like if all of this stuff was happening when he was on the trail, what the hell's going on now? Like that's what I want to know. And that's also really good that he's written it in such a way that I'm like, God, I need to know more about that. And Kat says, Heidi, thank you. Vlogs just take me a million years to edit. Yeah, there's a lot of footage and that goes into vlogging. And Swang says, I'm about to start American Rapture. Very nice. Awesome. He says, it's free on KU. Very nice. And Stina says, I've been listening to The Vanishing Act of Esme Lano. Is it Lennox or is it silent on the end? I'm not sure. But I need to get started on You Are Fatally Invited. I like that title. Heidi says, Robert, I DNF'd BOBH because there is a lot of hard magic mumbo jumbo. Most people love it. It's a darling of BookTube. I had that happen with a science fiction book, and it's kind of one that I want to revisit at some point because I want to see if I feel the same way about it now. But it's called The Quantum Magician, and I started reading it, and immediately you're just inundated with way too much like hard sci-fi jargon that they're throwing at you. And I got so frustrated in the beginning and I was like, this is crap. And I ended up actually selling it to like a little used bookstore. But I'm curious now if I tried to revisit it because that was years ago, if I would like it. I have a feeling probably not, but I know what you mean. Sometimes you pick up a book and you start reading it and you're like, gosh, what they're trying to do with this world building is not doing it for me, so I'm out. And Magnolia says, yeah, great, the Scoobies, but the Ghostbusters will win. Good luck to the Ghostbusters too. And Magnolia says it was 21 degrees Celsius here today. It was lovely. I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit. If I had to guess, maybe high 60s. If I'm guessing. And Kat says, I'll send you the heat with a side of humidity for your cold weather. I will take it. You're gambling with the wrong person. I'll give it to you. I'll give you snow in April if you want, happily. And Clay says, I'm going to be reading The Adventures of Amina al-Sarafi by Shannon Chakraborty. I'm about 30% of the way through and I'm liking it so far. That's awesome. That is a book that I do intend to read one day. I have no idea how I'll feel about it. It's not one that I feel a great intensity to read. It's one that I'm curious about because of how many people have read it. So we'll see. But I'm glad you're liking it so far. Robert says, weather in New Jersey, 70s. Gosh, I'm mad. We're not going to be getting nice weather for like another week. You want tornadoes? You can have like all the tornadoes that you want. And Nicole says, I have flat feet, but if it's recent, it can potentially be corrected. Oh, I didn't know they could do that. You have to like wear a brace that like forms your foot or something. That doesn't sound fun. And Swang says, Faye, Sunrise on the Reaping is fantastic. It gives you the same feeling as reading The Hunger Games the first time. Oh, nice. Kat says, I love pickles, but not sure about a glaze. Regular fried chicken with mashed potatoes and a Sprite. Very nice. I love that, Kat. All my Popeyes people. I would eat Popeyes any and every day over most other fried chicken. Like I love KFC. I would eat Popeyes over KFC. I don't eat Chick-fil-A. So that's like an easy choice for me. Just give me Popeyes. And Angela says, I have flat feet and have pain in one foot really bad. It keeps me from doing a lot of things. They've recommended surgery, but I don't think I could go 12 weeks with no weight on my foot. That does sound hard. I'm sorry. I if it would give you like ease in your life in the long run though, would that be worth it for you? I can understand why that would be really difficult. You might have to, bring somebody in to like help you move around for 12 weeks. And Zach says the Wild Exile is book 4 in the Ranger of the Titan Wild series. It's a tiny bit like Godzilla crossed with Lord of the Rings. Oh, that sounds like fun. That sounds great. And Robert says, Alex, 1984, you might like Julia Sandra Newman. Okay. Julia is the name of the book, and it's by Sandra Newman. Okay. And Teresa says, it is so cold and rainy here in Illinois. I'm sorry. I hate it that, part of the country feels hot and sweaty. Part of the country gets the beautiful weather, so I'm not worried about them. And part of the country gets all of the crap during early spring. It's terrible. The one thing I will say is the grass is finally coming in. Grateful for that. The tulips are coming up. Grateful for that. My clematis is like having the time of its life. Really grateful for that. So, I've been able to go out for walks. I did officially start a walking challenge, and I kind of went a little easy on myself for the first one because I want to see what it's like to do. But I did one of the Conquerors challenges, which you can sign up for online, and you get a medal for it at the end. And I did the one that's for the Vietnam coast, and it's a 100-mile challenge, and I'm doing that in 8 weeks. So I'm already 7% into it. I mean, it's really easy to do because I'm already doing the walking anyway, and then I'm just logging it. But I'm curious to see what it's like to unlock things and like get the little, postcards and stuff like that. I'm trying to figure out whether this is something I would want to do again. Is it engaging enough, or is it like, oh, I'm going to earn a medal and, that'll be it? I don't really know, but I'll keep you posted. And Storm says, Kat, I accidentally went to chapter 9 in Taking the Fifth. Oh no, you jumped forward. And Magnolia says, yeah, I'm so glad. Welcome to the Golden Spoon Club. Haha. So what more can I recommend? Have you read the Books of Doors? No, I haven't. I don't think I've ever heard of that book. You said, whoops, there was a lot of smileys. Oh no, I like that. That's great. Means you're happy. It shows the expression. Zach says it's 30 degrees and snowing here. No, it snowed 4 times this week, but all 4 times it was like a quarter inch and melted pretty much immediately. Also, the typos were because I was outside. Oh, I got you. Oh, well, I'm sorry for the snow. That's not fun. Robert says, hi, low. And Heidi says, Alex and Robert, I read 1984 in 1984, but I think it's so much better to read it now in our fake news era. No, absolutely. It's more relevant now than at the time that it was published, because famously, at the time that 1984 was written, people didn't think that the world could ever possibly be like that. And, now we're kind of like going further and further into the world being similar to that story. Obviously not in every way, but in certain ways. And it is freaky. And Nicole said, more permission to log on federal land just recently got approved. So that's how that's going. Yeah, I've heard about them trying to lease out the land to more companies. And I didn't know exactly how that would go because some companies wouldn't take the leases and then others would. The one I'm obviously very concerned about the logging, but another thing that I'm very worried about is them starting to do uranium mining in like the Grand Canyon area because the Colorado River goes through there. And if they start doing mining, the washout from all the mining is going to go into the Colorado River, which supplies water for not only pretty much all the wildlife in that area, but like millions of people. and it's going to poison them. So I know I don't feel like there's anything that I can do, which is a horrible feeling because I want to do something. So if anybody knows of anything tangible that can help that isn't just something like signing a petition, let me know. But I feel very helpless in these situations because I want to do everything that we can to protect our lands and our animals and just all of the wildlife that is so precious here. And I just feel like we're doing a horrible job. And Stina says, I've always pronounced it Linux. Linux. Okay. But it wasn't really paying attention to the opening credits, so it may be different. Okay. That's fair. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. Kathy says, hi, guys. Happy Friday. Happy to you, too. 2.5 hours left for work. Yay! Hopefully that goes by quick. Then I have to call maintenance. Oh, that is not fun. I'm sorry. I hope it's an easy fix. Hi, you said, Robert, the prologue of I see that and I just want to go Bob. But BOBH is one of the best I ever read through, so it was worth the Audible credit for that alone. And Nicole says, shoe insoles and feet exercises to strengthen muscles will do it for most. It's fairly preventable too. Okay, good to know. If I ever decide and go like hike a ton of miles, I'll need to do a lot of research into exactly what I need to do for footwear. Because a ton of people, when they go through hiking, they just get trail runners, and they just beat the crap out of their trail runners when they go, and then might need to get a new pair of shoes along the way or have other shoes shipped to them depending on the weather and how long they're going to be hiking. But I don't really hear about people getting any special insoles or things to prevent their feet from becoming flat. They just go with it and deal with the consequences. So I wouldn't want to have to reverse it back. I'd want to just prevent it from happening in the first place. And Magnolia says 21 degrees Celsius is 69.8 Fahrenheit, says duck, duck, go. So I was right. I said high 60s. Yeah, nice. And Faye says, Swank, I'm pretty sure Sunrise on the Reaping is going to break me. Hey, Mitch is my fave. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope not. Barbara says, I don't have Popeyes or Chick-fil-A. That's a shame. You definitely at least need a Popeyes. And Swank says, Texas in the 60s. Now, y'all know how we fell with those frickin' twisters. Yeah, or you feel with those? Yeah. None of us like tornadoes. Absolutely nobody likes them. I mean, I guess storm chasers do, but they don't really like the destruction they cause. They just like being able to chase them and kind of be near this massive, terrifying thing. So, you don't like to see what it does to people. It's like, oh, it's out in a field, no big deal. But when it rips up a building or somebody's house, that's a different thing. Zach says, yeah, I gave Sunrise to the Reaping 4.5 stars. Nice. Swank says, I read it 2 times. Awesome. And Magnolia says, to me personally, Fahrenheit sounds so much more difficult. For you, it's normal, but to me, the number sounds so weird. That's how I feel about Celsius is, I hear it and I'm trying to get better about when I hear numbers in Celsius, like doing not an exact conversion in my head, but just trying to figure out whereabouts in Fahrenheit that would be, because I never used to do that. I would just hear a number and be like, all right, I'm going to use context clues to understand whether that's warm, nice, or cold. And Swank says, I gave it 5 stars. Heidi says, Magnolia, were you able to get hold of the Marvelous Miss Maisel, which showcases your Tony Shalhoub monk? And Angela says, when the podiatrist talked about cutting and shifting bones around, my anxiety skyrocketed. I haven't been back to his office since. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, that would be really stressful to me too. Also, high-low. Stina says, Angela, yikes, I'd run away no matter how much it hurt. Yeah, I have a fear of surgery as well, so I respect your feeling 100%. And Magnolia says, the Book of Doors by Gareth Brown, I meant. Oh, the Book of Doors. I have heard of that. It is such an amazing book. 6 stars for me as well. It's magical realism. I love it. I might have a digital copy of that book. Well, no, I might. So hang on, I'm trying to think. Maybe I don't, because I think the cover I'm thinking of is the Book of the Unwritten, not the Book of Doors. But I've definitely heard of it because I you've talked about it before. Now that I think about it, Storm says it's 50 and raining, and I want cat's weather. Same. Cat says, Stormy, I've made it to chapter 5. Not sure how far I will get today. If I went to work today, I'd probably have made it to chapter 9 too. And Swank says, Magnolia, we feel the same about Celsius. And Skeleton says, one of my doctors just suggested implanting electrodes in my spine, and I think I'm going to go no contact. That sounds horrific. I don't blame you for feeling that way. Magnolia says, Heidi, and not yet, unfortunately, but I won't give up. Yesterday, I found the DVD Cars, where he is the voice of Luigi, and 1404, which he is in. I have no clue how big his role is. I hope big. You said Swank. Oh, really? Yeah, it seems logical. It's the only other way around as well. Oh, that is the other way around as well. Fahrenheit just sounds so unlogical to me. Yeah, it's so weird that we use different measuring systems in the world. I don't really get why that had to happen, but here we are. And Swank says, the doctor told me that I had a textbook example of flat feet. That means that if we painted the bottom of your feet and you stood on a piece of paper, we get the whole imprint instead of just like the kind of like little bean shape that most people have, which I think is interesting. And Kat says, Raising Cane's is my favorite chicken place with Popeyes in second place. I have eaten Raising Cane's, and I would have to disagree with you there, Kat. I think Popeyes still wins. A place that Keaton introduced me to that was actually pretty good. We've only eaten there the one time, but was Slim Chickens. And Slim Chickens is known for like all the different sauces that you can choose from, both to slather your chicken in and to dip in, which was pretty cool. And I liked them. Not as much as Popeyes, but I liked them. Their desserts actually were my favorite part because they sell you pre-made like little cakes and brownie things in actual glass mason jars. And the glass mason jars are like they're blown with the imprint of the company's logo in it, and you get to keep the mason jar when you're done eating your dessert. So that's I was joking with Keaton last night that that's one of our special glasses is the Slim Chickens mason jar. And Magnolia says, Heidi, Tony actually makes me listen to audiobooks. I have nothing with audiobooks, but since I want to see and hear everything from him and he did some audiobooks, I guess I will do those as well. Aw. You're a big fan. Nicole says, we love Marvelous Miss Maisel here. I've never seen it, but everybody I've ever heard talk about it just loves it so much. And Emily says, hello all, reading By the Fire We Carry by Rebecca Nagel and something else, not sure yet. Well, awesome and happy to see you, Emily. Welcome back. And Angela says, my dad was flat-footed, yet he served 21 years in the U.S. Army. He was a tough one. Don't they make jokes sometimes that they want people with flat feet because they have an easier time wearing those military boots? Or do I have that backwards? Entirely possible I have that backwards. Magnolia says, nice to Nicole. And Nicole says, Magnolia, we're dragging out finally watching the final season. Yeah, I hate it when a show ends. It's not fun when you love it so much. Skeleton says, I feel like Fahrenheit has more nuance. Yeah, I definitely feel that as well. I do think it's interesting because Celsius, it seems like each number increment has a bigger jump, whereas Fahrenheit is like a gradual increase. At least that's the way that my brain has always perceived it. So, because what is like if there's a 1 degree Celsius increase, isn't that like 3 degrees in Fahrenheit or something like that? I don't know what it is, but if somebody could tell me what that is, I would appreciate it. Magnolia says, Nicole, I hope I can watch it soon. I've heard the show got prizes and Tony got an award for it as well, I believe. That's awesome. Stan says, Raising Cane's here is so popular, the city had to put up signage warning about the lane blockage. Oh, that's funny. And Zach put the calculation for Fahrenheit in there in Celsius. Thank you. And Nicole says, You've got to watch it, Alex. Hilarious. We watched an episode while hiding during a tornado warning. Yeah, so far, Keaton and I, our show right now is Only Murders in the Building. We finished the first season and absolutely loved it. And we're kind of putting off right now a little bit starting season 2, not because we don't want to, but because we want to. And we have no idea where it's going to go. So, yeah, well, the first season's awesome. And Magnolia says, Zach, okay, what? Yeah, you can look it up on Google, like the conversion between the two. And yeah, Nicole put conversion. Swank says, the armed service will not take you if you have flat feet. Oh, okay. So I did have that backwards. Interesting. And Nicole says, next we need to discuss stones and pounds. Oh, yeah. Yeah. For sure. And Magnolia says, but when you boil water, is that in Fahrenheit as well? Yes, it is. Yeah, the boiling point of water is 180 degrees Fahrenheit. Hoping I'm not sticking my foot in my mouth there. What? It should be 180 degrees. Oh, no, I'm not. I did stick my foot in my mouth. It's 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Why was I thinking 180? I don't know, but it's 212 or 100 degrees Celsius. Magnolia, in case you want to know the difference there. And Angela says, I haven't heard that, Alex. I had always heard you weren't considered fit for serving if you had flat feet, and it kept a lot of men out of the service. Yeah, I was just wrong, and perfectly okay admitting that. I had that backwards. And Skeleton says, I have very narrow tolerance for climate control, like 72.3 plus or minus 0.8 degrees Fahrenheit. 72 is also my perfect comfort zone, Stina. So it's interesting that you say that. Though I also am comfortable at 74. So that should be that should be a question I ask all of you at some point. Is like, you know what? I'm going to make that our first question. Hold on. Now, keep in mind, don't answer this until we head into our first sprint. But your first question is going to be, what's the temperature you keep your house? Because I'm really curious what people are comfortable with. Magnolia says, in Celsius, water boils 100 degrees. Nicole says, yes, everything is in Fahrenheit, so we also don't tend to measure our boiled water because we're tea heathens, so we burn it all. But you don't have to if you have a kettle. You can just, tell it what temperature you want the kettle and whatever, is perfect for that blend of tea. That's the way I do it, and it works very well. I bet you that's why I was thinking that that's the temperature that water boils, is because for my tea, I often put it at 180 or like maybe a little bit less. But now that I think about it, the kettle has a boil button on it that is definitely higher than 200 degrees. So yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that. And Magnolia says, I am definitely a huge fan, Alex. I might be his biggest. That's sweet. Yeah, everybody commenting on my ineptitude here. Zach says, only way to put it is minus 32 from Fahrenheit and takes 55% of that is pretty close. Okay. And Nicole says, see, no idea what the temp of boiled water is. It's when it starts to bubble. But that is a little misleading too, because when I listen to my kettle, heating up my water to 180 degrees, it sure sounds like it's boiling, but it's not. And Skeleton says, unless you're in the mountains, I forget what it is here at 5,000 feet above sea level. And Nicole says, that is what the imperial system does to you. Bad tea. That's why they really threw it in the harbor. I do think it's interesting that the way that tea was like packaged back then and everything. We're also prim with our like little bags of tea and our loose leaf tea, and them they used to just have it in big blocks. You have to like cut pieces off of it and steep it that way. I'm sure it didn't taste as good back then. And Swank says the difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius is 48. 68 Fahrenheit is 20 degrees Celsius. I think it's what Zach was saying. It's like the take the temperature in Fahrenheit minus 32. You said 55% of that is close. And Magnolia says, well, that is some quick typing. And Zach says, isn't a stone just 14 pounds? Something like that. But also, why 14? Why such an interesting number? Why not like 10? Why not 20? Why 14? Nicole says, see, tea heathen. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. And Robert says, would you rather have the temp at 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 21 degrees Celsius? You're so funny, Robert. You truly are, though. You jokester. All right. So you all have your first question. What's the temperature you keep your house? And you can do it for both winter and summer if you want, if you keep it at different temperatures. I know I do. And Stina says some kinds of tea are still available in bricks. It's usually the darker ones I rarely drink. Yeah, that makes sense. Magnolia says never heard of stones as a measurement. I think that's a British thing. That's not an EU thing. And Nicole says measurement of weight in England. Yeah. I weigh 10 stone. So, so different. All right. I spent a lot of that time talking. I think that's the longest open I've had in a long time. So thank you all for the wonderful comments. That was a very fun discussion. And without further ado, I will kick us off into our first 45-minute sprint. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I officially got my food. And because I was requested to do a live taste test on camera, I have not tried the lemonade yet, and I have not taken a bite of the sandwich. But I can tell you that Keaton took a sip of the lemonade, and all I heard was a very loud and pronounced "Oh no" from the other room. And he said that he immediately wrinkled up his nose because it was more pickle juice than lemonade. So I have no idea what this is going to be. So I think I'm going to start by smelling and taking a bite of the sandwich because I'm really curious about the sandwich, and I'll wash it down with the lemonade. Okay, the sandwich just smells pickly. I mean, it smells good, like a normal Popeye's chicken sandwich. Ooh, it's got like, it's like spicy dill. I can definitely smell the dill now. Okay. It definitely has a very distinct and pronounced dill flavor with some type of like extra spice that's with it. So I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it's not overpowering. It doesn't taste like the original chicken sandwich. It's its own unique thing. But I mean I like it. I would say that the spicy chicken sandwich is still probably my favorite though. So I'm happy that it's edible, that I'm going to be enjoying eating it. Now, am I going to enjoy the drink that I got to wash it down? That I don't know. So let's find out. All right. I'm not going to lie, that's good. Like, genuinely, that's good. I like that a lot. Keaton is not a huge pickle person, so I'm not surprised that he thinks that that tastes very strongly of pickle. In my opinion, it still very much is lemonade. It's got the sweetness to it. It's got a little bit of that like brininess, but not overwhelmingly. If anything, it kind of like leans more towards like a sweet pickle than a kosher dill, which normally I would hate. But in this case, it kind of works. I'm not mad at it. We'll see if I actually finish this because it's got a bite. It's not refreshing like lemonade. Like if you're somebody that drinks lemonade because you want it to be refreshing, I don't think you'd like this very much. But if you want it to like complement the flavor of your meal, it kind of works. That's wild. I did not expect that. Okay. I'm actually excited for my dinner now. All right. So before we left, I asked you all the question, what is the temperature you keep your house? Oh, Barker's coming to visit. Oh, now you want me to pay the French fry tax. Okay. I see how it is. I know that Daddy gave you something already. All right. You've been paid off.
Do you want this?
I can't drink two of them. But you can put it in the fridge because there's no ice. It won't water down.
Would you want it like later?
You can put it in the fridge.
Oh, okay.
We'll see. Might be nice when it's really cold. He's been scarred for life. He hates it. That's okay. I'll see if I want it later.
He has been well paid. Don't let him.
I gave him one. I'm not giving him another. Thank you, honey. All right. All right. Yeah, I was laughing hysterically when Keaton took his first drink of that lemonade. That was really funny. All right. Kat says, during the winter, our thermostat is set around 65. During the warm months, usually 72. Okay. Magnolia says, 22 degrees Celsius is how I keep the house, which is 71.6. All right. Swank says, I like it at 75. Storm says, winter, I try and keep my house at least 77, and in the winter, I like 68 to 70 if it's. Oh, I think I read that backwards. Sorry. Winter, I try and keep my house at 77, and in the summer, I like 68 to 70 if it's really hot outside. Zach says 74 in summer, 68 in winter to manage energy costs. If that wasn't a factor, I think I'd have a 58 year round, but that would be way too cold for my dog. Yeah. I know what you mean. Animals don't like it cold. Fortunately for me, I don't really like it cold either. I don't know whether it's fortunately or unfortunately, because for my thermostat, I have to keep it at like between 68 to 69 in the wintertime to manage energy costs, because our electricity is really expensive and my house is all electric and it runs on a heat pump. So in the coldest month, which is always in January, this past January, I had an electric bill that was like $480, and that was keeping it cold. Like to me, 68, 69 is pretty cold in the house. During the summer months, I keep it at 74, which is very comfortable for me. I would actually keep it a little bit higher than that, but 74 is the max that Keaton can tolerate. So that's where we kind of like meet in the middle and are pretty comfortable. Teresa said 69 when awake and colder when sleeping. That's what my mama does. Yeah, she always lowers the temperature at night. I have a feeling my energy bills wouldn't be as high if I did that, but the idea of like getting out of bed in an even colder house makes me feel like death, so I don't do that. Angela says, I keep my temps at 72 in the summertime and 73 in the winter. The 1 degree makes a big difference for me for some reason. I understand that. That works. Teresa says, sorry, that was my wintertime temp. Summer is 71 while awake and colder when sleeping. Okay, I figured that was what you meant, Teresa. And Elena's here. Hi, Elena. Elena says, good afternoon, Alex, and good evening to you. And Robert says, 73 in the winter, hoodie, 76 in the summer. I have 3 fans going. You're so funny. And Kaylin says, hello to you. Just joining because I had to get a new driver's license and the appointment was at 3:40. No. You are spoiled beyond a doubt. The appointment was at 3:40, but I'm going to be finishing something to talk about by Meryl Winsler. I'm 64% through. Good job, Bubby. Go. No, go. You can't act like that. Go. Sorry about that. And Caitlin says, I don't touch the thermostat because I live with other people. I think I would keep mine in the 70s in the summertime and we do 80s in the winter. My heat pump would probably explode if I tried to do like anything, even like past mid 70s. I don't think it could keep up with that. Though I'm very lucky because mine is a newer model. It was new when I moved into the house. And other people in my neighborhood this past winter, granted, I have a much smaller home than some people who live in my neighborhood, but they were in the Facebook group for my development, and they were saying that their homes, they couldn't get their temperatures above like 55 degrees. Like their units were running so inefficiently. And so I'm really grateful that mine is newer because I haven't had any problems keeping the temperature in my house since I moved in. So super grateful for that. And Elena says, I will read for the next sprint and try to finish my book. I am on chapter 31, so 9 more chapters to go till I read my next book. Very nice. Faye says, I like the temperature slightly under room temperature, 20-ish degrees Celsius. He said, except in the summer because AC 20 feels way cooler than furnace 20. Yes, 100%. Faye says, I think in the summer it's more like 24 Celsius. And Heidi says 68 in winter, 75 in summer. That's more my speed, Heidi. Robert says, how's the pickled lemonade? I'm glad I could give you my thoughts. And Leia says, I am sorry, chapter 30. I need 9 more chapters. Okay. I understood what you meant. And Magnolia says, only 16 pages left and I finished my book. Nice. Heidi says, not pure pickle juice? No, not by any means. And Kat says, Barry says hello, Alex. Hello to Barry. I had him come in here so he could see you taste the pickle glazed chicken sandwich. He's currently making us hamburgers for dinner. Hey, Keaton. Oh, well, I hope your hamburgers are great. And Kat says, no pickle lemonade for Keaton. No, he hated it. I brought Kelsey pickle beer once. I had pickle beer. My mom bought me one. And okay, so I'm not a huge beer drinker anyway, but my mom bought me these flavored beers like 2 Christmases ago. And she bought me 6 different ones. And I was able to drink almost all of them all the way through. The pickle one, believe it or not, gave me heartburn. Like I was only able to drink half of it and I had to pour the rest of it out because my acid reflux responded so badly. So it wasn't that I didn't like the flavor because it was actually pretty good. It was that my body just couldn't take it. Robert says hashtag Keaton. Nope. And Magnolia says LOL his face. Yeah, he was really disappointed. What's funny is he told me he was not going to get the lemonade. He said he was just going to taste mine. And when he got home, I saw the 2 and he goes, well, just like any time that they introduce a new food, I have to double down. And so he got exactly the same order as me. He's so funny. Gaz says, I vacuumed. Good job. Put away my OSA snacks. Very good job. And didn't get to the bathroom yet. I'm now eating SpongeBob Krabby Patty candies. Oh, I know those. Those are classics. Elena says, my book will be due next Friday, so I have to finish my book this month. Oh, I absolutely believe that you can if you only have 9 chapters left. He said, so which means I have 4 more books left from the library that I need to go through. Oh, okay. I get you. And Kat says, I love Barker's chuffing. Yeah, he is right here. Like you guys don't understand. He is right here, staring at me, wagging his tail, looking at me very intently, like he has been so mistreated. Keaton, he told me, he's like, I already paid him off. Don't let him fool you. Oh, I know. I know. And it doesn't matter because he knows that I still have some and he's going to sit here and I can't guarantee that he won't get another one because I'm a sucker. And Magnolia says, wow, most people have it pretty high, actually. In our country, they already look weird at you when I say 22 degrees. Great to hear other people have it a bit higher as well. Are you talking about in the summertime or in the wintertime? And Zach says, I saw something interesting. Window awnings can help reduce heat getting in by a surprising amount, but for stupid aesthetic reasons, we don't use them anymore. I believe that. My big thing for my home that I would like to do one day is to get double paned windows. So that unfortunately is something that a lot of constructions these days don't have. Like they just go with the cheapest option available, which is single pane. And so it gets really, really cold by the windows and they're just leaky, they just leak cold air. And so I think that if I were to get new windows, my energy bill would probably go down considerably in the wintertime. Not as much in the summer because it's an all electric house, I really don't have that high of a bill in the summer times. Like I always would take a summer electric bill over a winter, like any day of the week. But I would think that it might bring it down. So we'll see how soon I can get that done. Nicole says, I missed the tasting. We'll go back and watch. Yes. And Faye says, I love awnings. I only ever see awnings over porches. Nicole said 68 in winter and 73 in summer. Very nice. Yeah, yours is very close to mine too, Nicole. That's awesome. Well, thank you all for the conversation. I've got to eat my sandwich and get this boy to stop boofing at me because he's a little goofball. And so I'm going to give you your next question, which is, when it comes to plants, are you someone that has a green thumb or does everything die? I took inspiration by looking at my plants behind me today. Those ones. There we go. And Magnolia says both, haha, but mostly wintertime. Most people here in our country have it at 19 degrees Celsius, and to me that is sitting in the cold. In the summer, it goes up depending on what kind of weather it is. Caitlin said, are you supposed to have it colder in the summer? I've never seen people do that. Oh, you meant in the winter. Yeah, so they They did a bunch of studies for energy efficiency, and they said that the most energy efficient temperature to keep your house that is both safe for your health and for your wallet is 68 degrees. So if you keep it higher than that, you're going to be paying a lot higher of a price for the energy that you're using. And Jamie is here. Hi, Jamie. Good to see you. Jamie says, just joining after work. Happy Friday, all. Good to see you. Magnolia says, I'm going to go offline for everything for bedtime. Oh, excuse me, do everything for bedtime and then finish my book. Awesome. Well, I hope you enjoy your book. And great to see you. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And for everybody else, I'm going to go ahead and get us started on our next 45-minute sprint. And you have your next question. Parker, stop it. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got a little bit of reading in during that sprint, but I spent a lot of it talking with Keaton. He came in here to sit and chat with me for a while. We were laughing because both of us do not feel very good after eating the new Popeyes items. And what'd you say, honey? Yeah, he's like, it's tickling our insides. So, final thoughts about the sandwich and the lemonade. So, the sandwich, there's something about the sauce where I feel like it would be pretty good if you used it as like a fry dipping sauce, but I wouldn't order it again as the actual sandwich because it had like a weird sweet aftertaste mixed with some sort of spice I couldn't identify and a lot of dill. And I'm like, I don't know what this is. The lemonade is really interesting. So, if while you're eating the dill pickled chicken sandwich, if you go to take a drink of the lemonade, it tastes just like lemonade until you get hit with the aftertaste where it tastes like pickle. If you drink the lemonade by itself, it tastes like pickle lemonade. Weirdest thing. I don't know if that was by design. I mean, it very well might have been or not. I'm not sure, but I do not feel great after drinking like half of my container of that, and I don't think I'll probably be able to finish it. So Keaton made some coffee, and I got like a little smidgen of coffee that I just poured for myself, and then I'm gonna sip on this, and then I'm probably gonna spend the rest of the night drinking water and regretting my decisions. I don't really regret my decision because I'm always happy to try new things, but sometimes you just realize that you're not going to do that again. And this is one of those times. Before we left, I asked you all the question, when it comes to plants, are you someone that has a green thumb or does everything die? And this is a great question, I think, because people tend to have very strong feelings about their relationships with plants. And Nicole said, bye, Magnolia, and hello to Jamie. Kat said, pretty much most of my plants die mainly because I forgot about them. Oh, no. I feel that, though, Kat. Like, I feel like I almost need to create a calendar of when I should water my plants or like set some sort of alarm so that I go and take care of them. Because today I was looking at them and I was like, oh, you guys are looking a little sad. I should probably give you some water. And so this is the worst part about when I own a plant is they tend to persist for a long time, but they just slowly and just it like creeps up. They start doing worse and worse. And I have yet to have an instance where a plant has ever gotten healthier by being in my care. Maybe one day. Because I have a little, this is a shamrock plant, is the one that's right. Gosh, I can't point. There we go. This one is a shamrock plant that I got at this point over a year ago. And it's still actually doing pretty well, but it definitely doesn't have as many blooms on it as it did when I first got it. Now, this is an aloe plant that I got from a lady at my work, and she said that it was just an amazing grower. It was one that's been alive for like 40 years, and she took clippings off of it and was just giving them to anybody who wanted them. And I went and stuck them in the dirt. But the thing was, I after I had stuck them in the dirt and allowed them to kind of like grow for a little bit, I decided I was like, oh, I'm going to transplant them into a different pot. And I ended up destroying some of like the really fragile roots that had started to take hold in the other pot. And I don't think that they've ever like fully recovered since then. And I feel really bad about it because I'm like, had I just realized that, I wouldn't have moved them. So yeah. I wish I knew more about plants. I love plants. I like admiring them. I just am not very good at taking care of them. And Nicole said the only thing I can sprout is potatoes. Meanwhile, insert that meme of a potato that's growing like out of soil just absolutely anywhere because they are terrifying. Potatoes are a magical food. They can seem to withstand whatever environment you put them into. And Magnolia says, bye bye all. And my last answer is, I have a green thumb. The plants are mostly growing to be huge. Oh, I wish for me. That's awesome. And Stina says, "Oh, maybe I should check on that one succulent I have managed not to kill." Definitely, yes, this is your reminder. Go check on your plants. And Nicole says, "Outdoor plants thrive with me because I leave them alone and it becomes survival of the fittest." That's fair. My plants that I have outside have actually done pretty well for the most part. Like I planted a catmint a couple years ago, and every year since then, well, I mean, I say every year. This is the second full year that it's just been in the ground. Um, but the last year it got way bigger than it was the first year. And this year I'm hoping it's gonna do the same where it's just like thriving. And that makes me really happy. But that's the thing is like it gets plenty of sun, it gets plenty of water because I don't have to remember to water it. So it's fine. I completely agree with you. And then the other plants are ones that my or I would say the previous owner planted, and I never dug them up. I didn't want to replace them. I liked them so much and they just come back every year. Though sadly some voles destroyed huge sections of so I began when I moved in with three different lamb's ear plants, and two of them have basically fully died, and one of them has come back in patches. So I feel like I'm going to need to just replant stuff in some of those areas. One I tried already with putting in some hostas that I transplanted from a neighbor who was like, "Hey, you can take these for free." But the dirt was so packed down when she told me that I could go and get them because it was like the middle of the summer, and it had not rained for a while. It was super dry, and I don't know that they took really well. So this is going to be the season where I find out whether they survived the winter or not. And if not, I'm just going to have to go get some hostas at the Lowe's and plant them the proper way. And Zach says, "I'm good at it, but I don't enjoy gardening or taking care of plants. I grew peppers for a while and they were really good, but unfortunately not worth it, or ultimately not worth it." I see. I actually really love working outdoors, and that's probably my issue is like house plants to me don't feel as rewarding as being outside. So my outdoor plants just get more attention. And Nicole said the faces during the drink were the best. Oh, thank you. You said, "Now I want pickle lemonade. I sip pickle juice, so I could do that for sure." That's the thing is if I had a choice between the pickle lemonade and just straight pickle juice, I'd rather just drink the pickle juice. And Faye says, "I have a green thumb as long as growing conditions don't conspire against me. My house plants are thriving, but my baby bonsai tree died from being too cold and dampened my basement apartment." Aw, that's sad. I'm sorry. And Kathy says, "I'm sorry, pickle lemonade? Yes, you can go try some for yourself at Popeyes if you want to." And Caitlin said, "They die, but I also purposefully let flowers people give me die because I think they're pretty." That's fair. And Tina's here. Hello, Tina. Tina says, "Good evening. Just joining in. I will be reading Dawn Shard tonight." Oh, very nice. Well, welcome. Happy to have you. Robert says, "Popeyes or Rock Gut? You decide." Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. But that's the thing is like I don't always feel bad after I eat Popeyes. There was something about this particular combo of eating it that I don't feel that great. Though I have been healthier in my diet recently, and I don't typically eat a lot of fried food anyway. And so it probably is hitting me a little bit harder because I just, my stomach's not used to eating this kind of stuff anymore. And Jamie says, "I'm somewhere in the middle. I can keep some plants alive, but I have cats. They are not so good to them." That makes sense. Yeah, and I know you have to be careful because cats will eat certain plants, so you can't have particular ones in the house. It's stressful when our pets want to interact with things that they're not supposed to. Barker, for example, when I went to go throw away my trash, jumped up in my chair or something and grabbed my napkin and then went into the dining room and shredded it because he felt like it. That it had like remnants of you know chicken oil on it or something, and so he took it upon himself. And there was nothing I can do but just get it away from him afterwards. And Teresa says, I have a green thumb with most things. Those air plants always die with me. Oh, yeah, air plants. I forgot that that was a thing. They are really cool. Jamie says, hi, Kat. And Kat says, same, Alex. I love plants and I have a couple that are thriving mainly because Barry waters them. Aw, I'm glad that he does. And Swank says, I don't put in enough energy to keep them going. Yeah. And Jamie says, I finished my Buddy Read pages of Station 11 during that sprint. Oh, nice. I hope you're enjoying Station 11. I liked that book. Tina says, hi, Kat. And Christina is here. And Christina says, during COVID, I started a houseplant hobby. I had over 50 plants in our house. Wow, that's a lot. I'm over it now. And I gave away half of them, still have 21. Everyone gets watered on Friday during your sprints. Oh, that's good. I love it. Do you give them plant food? I have like one of those little bottles over here of plant food. I can just give them a little every now and then. And Teresa says, Alex, does your plants get enough light? They do. They do get enough light. So these plants, I don't believe like direct sunlight. And so I have kept them out of that because originally they were in a different position in the room where they were getting like heavy direct sunlight. And especially for the aloe, it seemed like it did not enjoy that at all. And so I moved it over here onto this shelf where it gets a lot of indirect light. And they seem to be doing okay. I really do think the main issue is my consistency with the watering and possibly the quality of the soil. Now, I did put them in like potting soil, but I don't know if, that type of condition is what they want. I feel like I almost need to put the aloe into a much smaller pot, but I haven't done it because I'm afraid of potentially breaking roots off again. Teresa says aloe don't like more room. They like to be crowded. Oh, well okay. Then you've answered my question. I need to put them in a much, much smaller pot then because they're and as you can see, a very large pot right now. So good to know. Thank you. And Nicole says, thriller and horror story titles can survive my planting, survive the night. And Zach says, I keep forgetting to tell you The Six by Lauren Grush was good. Oh, nice. It was better than the other book written by a woman astronaut, Sharing Space by Caddy Coleman, which obviously glossed over the sexism. I'm glad you liked the book. That's awesome. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. And Chris says, I can barely take care of myself. I don't think plants would fare very well with me. That is perfectly fair. And Teresa says, sorry, I just realized I am behind 2 minutes. Oh, don't worry about it. No worries at all. And Nicole says, dark matter or killers of a certain age would also apply. I haven't read Killers of a Certain Age. Nicole says, sorry, the titles describe my planting. And Jamie says, yes, I only have outside plants now. Teresa says, my indoor plants all go out to my porch in May and stay till October. Okay, that's awesome. I wish I had like a little sunroom at my house where I could do that, where it would keep them from the harshest of the heat at certain times of day, but allow them like just a generally more inviting environment. Because that was one reason why for a really long time I thought I could never keep plants, is because especially when I was like living in a dorm in college, I attempted to have some plants and they all just died awfully. But the only window that was in the room was right above a register for like the AC and stuff. And so they just couldn't take it, very understandably. And I feel terrible about that. Jamie says, I'm really enjoying Station 11. Awesome. I'm happy to hear it. And Jamie said, love it, Nicole. All right. So I'm going to give you all your next question, which is, you have the option to read a standalone novel or a series. Which is more appealing? Which is more appealing? And I will go ahead and get the timer pulled up here. And it sounds like Keaton and Barker just came back from their little walk before we get an absolute downpour of rain here So glad he got out. Barker's gotten like a mile and a half worth of walks today. He is such a turd, and he would tell you that he has not been walked enough, but I promise you, he gets walks. So I will see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 97 of A Walk in the Woods. Learning more information that I don't like about the Park Service. Imagine that. Or the Forest Service, excuse me. Let me adjust my light here. I feel like it's really bright. There, that's a little bit better. Makes it a little less yellow. All right. Before we left, I asked you all the question. You have the option to read a standalone novel or a series. Which is more appealing? I'm curious what you have to say. Let's see. Chris says, I have commitment issues when it comes to books, so I wouldn't want a standalone book. Or I would want a standalone book. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And Swang says, read a standalone. Teresa says, I would just leave your aloe alone, water it heavy, and then leave it for like 10 days. Okay. Thank you. Good to know. Jamie says, I'm going to have to go with standalone. Teresa says standalone usually. I'm the exact same way. Yeah, standalone for me too. Heidi says, a series for me, since that works best for or better for epic fantasy. Usually the first book is just setup, world building, character intro. The plot just starts towards the end. Yeah, I definitely know that you really like fantasy series, Heidi. So I actually kind of figured that was going to be the way you would answer. And Caitlin said, I'll go with series since I already read a lot of them, and some are interconnected standalones if we're including those kinds of series as well. Yeah, you absolutely can. I think if they're interconnected, then they're technically part of a series. Even if kind of like the Discworld novels, for example, like you can read each one as a standalone, but they're all part of the same universe. So yeah, I consider those to be in a series. And Kathy says, finally off work. Woohoo! Happy Friday. It's finally Friday evening for you. I was going to go to the gym and have a good workout, but the gym closes in like 40 minutes, so I don't have time. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. This is the third time this week. Dang it. My gym plans have been thwarted. Yeah, that's not fair and no fun. You said new plan is meal prepping for the next 4 days, planning my volunteering schedule. Nice. And finishing night is nice. The city in France. Awesome. Robert says standalone 400-page books are long for me now. I leave the chunkers and big books for Nicole. I live vicariously through her channel. And Nicole says standalones are for me. I turned series into standalones as well. Yeah, I mean, Nicole, would you be one of those people that if they printed a series in one volume, that you would like to have that one volume instead of each one being printed out individually? I'm just curious if you're more of a what do they call them? An omnibus? I say it like that, but I feel like I say it wrong. It is omnibus, right? And Nicole says chunky standalones are the best. Turn the same number of pages into a series, and I can't do it. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, you would prefer it to be condensed. And if you could like take multiple books and put them all in one together, that makes sense. You said it made it to page 84 of 184. And Nicole, I'm actually the exact opposite. I would prefer that they keep everything separate. The only example of this I can think of where that's not the case is in comics, because I really like trades instead of buying individual comics. Although I have a huge collection of, like just individual comics, but I really like the trades where you get, maybe like 4 or 5 comics all together in one, which is really great. And then I guess the other case would be when Stephen King wrote The Green Mile. He originally published it as, I'm pretty sure it was a series of like 6 like little mini novellas, and then they eventually combined it into just being one novel. And I did prefer that. I liked it all being in one novel because it was all the same story. And Caitlin said, finish my book. Now I don't know if I want to read the new Katie Robert book or read a Kindle book. Flip a coin. Should flip a coin for it or roll a dice, where like odds is one option and evens is another. And Tina said, made it to page 190. Very nice. Jamie said, switching to the Bog Wife switched. Gosh dang it. Sorry. Switched to the Bog Wife during that sprint, made it to page 127. Awesome. And Zach says, only 32 pages into the Wild's Exile out of 535. All right. Robert says, Omnibus, Black Library, UK publisher, prints the Warhammer 40k series, and I like those. Nice. And Nicole says, no, I'd prefer they just made it one giant story. I have omnibuses, but I still only read one story in them at a time. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Well, sweet. Thank you all. That one was a bit shorter. We're actually running over on time this time just because our first intro before our first sprint was longer. And so we'll do 2 more sprints. So we'll do 130 and 145-minute sprint, and I'll do it where the 45-minute sprint comes first, and we'll end on the 30-minute sprint. And Zach says, I'm completely ambivalent to series or standalones. I just go with the flow. Well, that's a good way to be. I personally find starting a new series intimidating, especially if I have other series that I still haven't completed, which is probably the biggest reason why there's so many series I really want to start and I just haven't yet, because I feel guilty about other ones that I haven't completed, and it's very frustrating. And Teresa says, I am trying to decide what to read after I finish up my middle grade. All right, well, if you give some suggestions, we can vote on it. And Swank says, it was cool waiting for each booklet to come out for the Green Mile. I still have my 6. Oh, that's sweet. That's awesome. And Nicole says, here come the storms. Yep, going to be huge downpours of rain in certain parts of the country for, I think it's the next couple days. So definitely not looking forward to that. And Kathy says, I'm a series person. I love getting deeper and deeper into the world and really hashing it out with the characters. That's awesome. I love that. All right. Well, now that we've gotten to this point in the evening, it is time for me to ask you the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Just a reminder, it does not need to be interesting to anybody but you, but I probably will find it interesting, which is why I want you to share it with me. So do tell. And Teresa says, choices are The Nature of Fragile Things, To a God Unknown, and Finish Nicholas Nickleby. I know what Nicole chooses. Okay. Going off of title alone, I think I like The Nature of Fragile Things. That's what I'm going to go with. Heidi says, Eye of the World. I know, Heidi. I know. The prologue is a little wacky. Read that at the end is my advice. Oh, okay. Good to know. Thank you. I know. And Caitlin says, I took your suggestion to flip a coin. The new Katie Roberts book it is. Thanks for the suggestion. You're very welcome. Sometimes that's easiest. Fun thing that I do, if I go to a restaurant, for example, and I can't figure out what I want to eat, I have it narrowed down between 2 options. I either have somebody that I'm eating with or the server pick a hand, and then whatever hand gets picked is the item that I end up eating. So that's how I when I'm indecisive, I just have to leave it to chance and just hope for the best. All right, I got the next 45 minutes up on the clock, and I'm going to dive back into my book here. And I've been highlighting a lot of stuff, like a lot of stuff. So that's a good thing. And I'm super engrossed in this, which makes me happy. I did not expect to be so thoroughly enthralled with this book. Oh, we got more comments. Hold on. Zach says, I do have 3 new releases in series pre-ordered this month. Faithbreaker, The Wild's Exile, and The Tainted Con. Cool. And Jamie said, I would say the same thing. The title, The Nature of Fragile Things, is intriguing. All right, you got 2 votes for The Nature of Fragile Things. And with that, going to jump into the sprints. So I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 110 in A Walk in the Woods, so pretty good progress tonight. And I learned a lot in this book. So what I'm going to be answering for what I learned in the last week that is interesting is not going to be from in here. It's going to be from something else, but it is related, which I think is fun. So with that, what is something that you've learned over the last week that was interesting? Let's see what you had to say. Let's see. Zach says I would also, or I would have also pre-ordered the Ashfire King, but I can't overdo it too much. Yeah, that's fair. And Teresa says, Alex, The Nature of Fragile Things is by Susan Meisner about San Francisco earthquake to a god unknown is Steinbeck. Oh. I mean, both of those sound very interesting, to be honest with you. But I guess I think I'd still go with the San Francisco earthquake. I think that sounds interesting. Heidi says, I love when you do book-related questions better than stinky cheese and stinky feet. Yeah, I do the best that I can, but honestly, there's only so many questions I can come up with at any given time that are for book-related topics without the fear of me like asking questions that sound like a question I've already asked before. So sometimes I come up a little short, but I try. And Swank says, an octopus can regenerate its brain if it gets damaged. I guess if any creature could, it would be an octopus, because they're just magical beings. I love them. Heidi says, a great book for you to read is Desert Solitaire by Edward Abbey, all about the national parks. Oh, I like that. Okay, I'll check that out, Heidi. Thank you for the recommendation. And Faye says, I learned how to play a D scale on the violin. Yay! That's awesome. I hope that that's going great for you, Faye. I've thought about you since you told me that, and I was wondering how it was going. And Zach says, I learned milk can be turned into yarn. It's made from the protein casein and was starting to get popular before petroleum-based fibers dominated the market. Dang, I had never heard that before. And Stina says, I learned all sorts of fun new vocabulary about all the ways my skeleton is disentangling. Oh, disintegrating. No. I'm sorry. I'm guessing that's due to, is it a long-term, like, degenerative illness that you have, Stina? I feel like you've mentioned this before, and I apologize if you have. Swank says, gotta go, thanks for the sprints. And Jamie says, this week I learned about square waves, also known as cross seas. It's a rare phenomenon where the surface of the water forms a grid pattern of intersecting waves. It looks like a checkerboard on the ocean surface. Very surreal. I definitely want to look that up. Hang on one second. Square waves. Oh. Okay. Not exactly what I was envisioning, but still very, very cool. I don't know if people are going to be able to see that or not, but that's really neat. Huh. I like it. My interesting thing that I learned over the last week is that, so are you all familiar with Gore-Tex? It was a special branding thing that was used for outdoor gear where basically they were like, it is the first material that is both breathable and waterproof. And so they slapped it all over all sorts of equipment, especially outdoor jackets for people who did like hiking and played sports and things like that. And Gore-Tex is a forever chemical, just the same as like Teflon was, like cooking with Teflon and the nonstick coating and stuff like that. So basically anything that's like nonstick and like waterproof that isn't wax based is, like a forever chemical based thing. But anyway, Gore-Tex I found out while they could market it as being both breathable and waterproof, it was not both of those things at the same time. Based off of the way that it works, it actually physically can't be, because when the surface is dry, it allows like the little holes in the material that can't let water molecules through, but it can let I can't speak, air molecules through. When it's dry, it can do that. So it lets your body evaporate sweat out from on the inside of like your jacket, for example. But whenever water is on top of the surface and it blocks those holes, all of the air inside close to your body can't escape. And so basically, you might be protected from the rain, but you end up being drenched anyway because you're covered in your own sweat. So using materials like Gore-Tex isn't really that popular anymore, and a lot of companies are moving away from it. One, because it's incredibly unsustainable and bad for the environment, but also because it doesn't function the way that people wish that it would. And there are other materials that are better that are coming out, that are hopefully going to be able to, do the same thing that it advertised. So that's my little fun fact. And Nicole said page 108. And Jamie says ate dinner and continued in The Bog Wife. Very nice. And Stina says, I hit a brick wall with the Medicaid website, so I guess I will call them on Monday. Dang it. I hate that. Oh, I hate having to call because the website's not working or doesn't give you the information that you need. Stina says, awesome, Faye. And Caitlin says, learn that people in the Navy at least call the flag an ensign. When I asked why, he didn't know, but that's what I learned and made it to chapter 3 despite getting distracted. Okay, that's really funny. You don't know why they call it that, they just do. And Faye says, thanks, violin is going well so far. I just can't hold it for very long at a stretch. Yeah, that makes sense given what you told me before. And hello, good to see you, Telkana. I don't know if that's what you would like to go by, if that's your name or if that's your handle. I'm not sure, but welcome. You said join just before the sprint, read 41 pages of Oathbound. Well, wonderful. I'm happy to have you. Stina says, uncertain, just discovered I have a rare genetic mutation that might be a connective tissue disorder, and a wreck in 1990 seems to have kicked off a Jenga effect. That is wild that a wreck that happened that long ago could be causing you so many issues now, though. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Body holds on to stuff like that. I'm just really sorry that that's what you have to deal with. And I hope that you can get it sorted out in one way or the other, just to benefit you as much as the system can. And Zach says, I remember Gore-Tex being a very prominent feature in an episode of Seinfeld. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It was advertised absolutely everywhere. And the thing is, eventually, much like anything that has a patent on it, it becomes, free for everybody to use after a certain point. So there was one company, it was DuPont, I believe, that actually discovered Gore-Tex and owned the rights to it. And then when their patent ran out, all the other companies started using it under different names, which is why there are, a million brands now that you can buy waterproof clothing. They're using the exact same technology in order to do it, but all of them are pretty ineffective. And it's interesting that I learned this after I bought a pair of waterproof shoes for hiking, and they're Gore-Tex shoes. And I noticed that I was having some issues with, like, when my shoes were wet and like the inside being damp and everything. And I just am having a hard time figuring out exactly what's going on with them and why they don't appear to be working exactly as they're supposed to, even though when I first got them, they were doing perfectly fine. And I think it has something to do with the fact that I went walking in mud, which these shoes were designed for. That was the purpose. And I think it's causing like some sort of issue with like the tiny pores, like mud got into some of the pores of the shoe and it's affecting like its waterproof properties. I don't know. It's weird, but I have to figure it out. And that's kind of what got me on like my Gore-Tex kick of figuring out what the hell is up with these shoes. And then I learned all about what Gore-Tex was. And now I wish that I had never bought them, but I have them and I'm going to use them. But I won't be buying another pair. And I will go ahead and get our last time updated here. There we go. To 30 minutes will be our last sprint. There we go. All right. And then that means that I'm going to give you all your last question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It can be big, it can be small, it can be something that you literally just did 5 minutes ago or last week, right after we had our previous sprint. I just want to hear something that you are proud of, because we deserve to celebrate any win, even small ones. Caitlin says, I think Bailey Sarian did an episode on DuPont. It was very interesting. Yes, she did. And I actually watched that one. And I don't think that I ever made it through because I was deeply disturbed by it. It was just one of those things that bothered me so much to think about, that like companies could ever just not care about what happens to the public enough that they would be willing to hide that the chemicals that they're producing are killing their own people just so that they can make money. And then it goes and it kills a bunch of other people or kills livestock and turns into a whole lawsuit. Because that was a thing that was actually talked about in, I don't know if it was in here or it might have been in a video that I had just watched where this book was referenced. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. I have consumed so much content recently about like hiking and gear and the way that things are manufactured. It's honestly ridiculous. I'm pretty sure it was in here. But there it was about DuPont and the action, the lawsuit that they got into because they poisoned an entire town that was located right next to one of their plants. And the person that figured out that it was happening was that farmer, where all of his cattle, like their teeth were turning black and they were dying and they were being born with deformities, and his family was sick and he couldn't figure out what was going on. And he contacted a lawyer, genuinely not knowing what was happening. And the lawyer is who figured out that it was because of the chemicals that DuPont was putting into the water supply for like, it was like over 10,000 people in this community. It was insane. Just sorry. I'm not even going to talk about that anymore because it's so upsetting. It's so upsetting. And I think it was in, now that I'm realizing it, I'm pretty sure that I reheard about that in that video I was watching that was about the Gore-Tex. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So it was not in here. Sorry, getting confused. And Chris says, I read the entire Women's Prize for Fiction long list. Congratulations. That is amazing. And Zach says, I had to cut the waterproof lining out of the only pair of waterproof shoes I ever owned because they started good but ended up turning into swamps inside. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm worried about with these shoes. So basically gonna go until, I need to do something about it, like maybe potentially put a different coating on the outside. I'm not really sure, but that would be a real bummer if I bought waterproof shoes and they were waterproof for all of like 2 or 3 uses and then they just weren't ever again. But I realized that I read Chris's answer for this question out early, so sorry about that. I will go ahead and move on to our last 30 minutes. And my brain is very tired, so I'm going to take a break from reading for the rest of the night. But a walk in the woods aside, and I'm going to play my Switch for a little while and just rest for a bit. So I will see you all in a little bit and enjoy your last sprint of the night. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I was just playing a little bit of Animal Crossing. That's all that I wanted to do with my last sprint. So feeling pretty good. Definitely feeling tired. But just glad that the week is done. And all in all, it was actually a pretty good week compared to other weeks that I've had recently. I'm glad for that. So I feel like I don't really have very many complaints other than just dealing with the weather. The weather has not been that great. So let's see what you all had to say. And then, let's see, Stina said, Chris, wow, that's quite the feat, talking about reading the entire Women's Prize for Fiction long list. Nicole says, nice, Chris, who do you think should win? And Stina said, I'm going to have to check my boots. And Chris says, some of the books were not easy to get through. I'm not an Elizabeth Strout fan, apparently. Of those on the short list, I'd like to see Safekeep win, but it probably won't win. Well, fingers crossed if that's the one that you want to win. And Jamie says, I interviewed for a new supervisory position at work. I believe it went well, and I should hopefully hear something next week. Well, very nice, and good luck to you. I wish you the best of luck. Stina says, I got my book 2 prize ranking turned in hours ahead of the deadline, and 2 of my top 3 picks went through on the quarterfinals. Yes, that's great. Good for you. And Chris says, the Women's Prize for Nonfiction Shortlist is fantastic. I recommend that. The Nina Cherry memoir is wonderful for those who know her music. Awesome. Faye says, I posted my first NetGalley ARC review, woohoo, of the Shiver collection. Short stories by horror authors. Definitely recommend it, by the way. That sounds great. Sounds really interesting. Robert says, internet friend who is doing well selling books on Pango. I sent her a large box of books to list. Oh, that's really nice of you, Robert. And Nicole says it made it to 133. I think it's interesting too, and good job, Nicole. I think it's interesting too that Pango seems to be doing pretty well because I got a random ad for it, and that's the second time that I've heard people mention it on my streams before. And I'm like, maybe I really should use it if I got a couple things that I want to sell. And see, Tokana says, got distracted, only 11 pages. That's okay. You still did 11 pages. Caitlin says, I signed for my job on Tuesday and start May 6th. Congratulations. Also was able to read 2 more chapters. Awesome job. Nicole says, I got lots done today. Thanks for the sprints. Yeah, you're most welcome. I'm glad you were here. Faye says, didn't get much reading done during sprints. My dad and I were doing chores around my apartment. Oh, that's nice. You were spending time with your dad. It's also nice that he helps you do chores. Tina says, made it to page 204 of 290. Tokana says, I've survived the dumpster fire that was work this week. Good. I'm glad to hear that. That is an accomplishment always. Jamie says, made it to page 149 in The Bog Wife, almost to the halfway point. Wonderful. Teresa says, I finished my middle grade graphic novel and we'll start a new book tomorrow. Woohoo! Christina says, good night all. Thanks for the sprints. Always look forward to them. It was great to see you, Christina. Thanks for coming and have a great weekend. Zach says, I just got all 4s by Miranda July from the Women's Prize shortlist. I always like to read the weird, trashy one. Nice. And Stina says, got back to reading on Tyranny. It's for a new book club that was founded for resistance purposes. Well, I hope you end up enjoying your read. And Chris says, you'll have to report back when you've read it, Zach. And thank you for the sprints. You are most welcome, Chris. Thank you for coming. And Nicole says, I may need to try Pango because selling where I am is not easy. No, that's fair. Give it a shot. Maybe you'll enjoy it too. Maybe you could be the 3rd person I hear from that is having success. Faye says, big manly chores, moving stuff around. And Jamie says, thanks for the sprints. Have a good weekend, everyone. Yeah, you too, Jamie. Thank you. Zach says, I'll try to remember, Chris. Robert says, have a great night. And don't forget to clean the tiled floors with the pickle lemonade. Oh, yeah, by just dumping it everywhere. I still actually have some in the fridge, and I am going to go give it another taste against my better judgment to see if it's better when it's really cold. Because the thing was, when I got the lemonade, there was no ice in it. It was just the lemonade, and I have a feeling that the flavor is probably going to be distinctly different when it's actually truly cold. And Keaton said that they did offer a slushy version, but they didn't have any made up when he went there to get it. Otherwise, he would have gotten me a slushy. So we're gonna see. Maybe it being really cold is gonna make all the difference. Faye said good night all and good night to you. Cena says, thanks for hosting this, Prince Alex. I wouldn't have been motivated to slog through the healthcare stuff otherwise. Well, I'm very happy that any time I can provide being productive for you, but also just, for the company as well. So hope you have a wonderful weekend and good luck with all of that and giving them a call on Monday. And my thing that I'm most proud of this week is there was actually a job posting at my work, and I thought really hard about it, and I realized that it was not a good fit for me, and I decided to not apply for it. And while I did spend a couple days beating myself up about it, I eventually made peace with my decision and realized that it was actually a good thing for me to do, and not to give into the whole fear of missing out thing when you shouldn't take just any job just because it's something different. So I was proud of myself for that. And Caitlin says, thank you for sprints, and y'all have a good week. You as well. Thank you so much. And Tokana says, thanks for the sprints. You too. Thank you. And I'm glad that you came. It was good to see you for the first time. And with that, happy weekend, everyone, and take care of yourselves and stay safe out there. Bye.